Hey guys, tonight we drift outward beyond the familiar glow of Earth and the warmth of the inner sun, toward a vast realm of pale gold and deep shadow where Saturn turns slowly through the darkness, surrounded by a family of moons that move in rhythms older than memory. Let us begin by approaching the giant world itself, crossing the immense distances of the solar system until the sun no longer dominates the sky, but instead hangs as a brilliant star among many. Here, nearly 1.5 billion kilometers from Earth, Saturn waits in silence. It does not rush. It does not demand attention, it simply turns. From afar, the planet appears almost impossibly delicate. Its rings seem like thin brushstrokes painted across the darkness. Yet as we draw closer, scale begins to reveal itself. Saturn is not merely large. It is a world so immense that more than 700 Earths could fit inside its volume. The familiar measurements of daily life lose their meaning here. Cities, countries, entire continents shrink into irrelevance against the dimensions of a planet whose cloud tops stretch across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. And still, despite its size, Saturn carries itself with an unexpected grace. Its colors are soft, bands of cream, amber, honey, and muted gold drift around the globe. Unlike Jupiter, whose storms often announce themselves with dramatic contrasts, Saturn's atmosphere appears gentler from a distance. It is a giant wrapped in layers of mist, a world that seems content to whisper. As we hover above the upper atmosphere, we begin to notice movement everywhere. Nothing stands still. The clouds flow in enormous rivers that circle the planet. Winds race faster than the speed of sound. Vast atmospheric currents sweep around the globe with quiet determination. The entire planet rotates astonishingly quickly, completing a turn in roughly 10.5 hours. Despite being nearly 10 times wider than Earth, Saturn spins so rapidly that centrifugal forces gently flatten its shape. If we watch carefully, we can almost sense the rhythm. Day follows night, cloud follows cloud, wind follows wind. Gravity conducts the entire performance, like a patient composer standing before an orchestra that has played continuously for billions of years. Above us, sunlight arrives faintly, weakened by distance. It takes more than 80 minutes to travel from the sun to Saturn. The light that touches these clouds began its journey while events on Earth were already fading into the past. This delay creates a curious feeling. Everything here seems connected to the sun, yet everything happens at a slower emotional pace. The warmth is weaker, the shadows are longer, the silence feels deeper. Far below, hidden beneath layers of hydrogen and helium, pressure increases steadily. We cannot descend all the way to a solid surface because Saturn has none. This realization often surprises people. Planets, in our everyday imagination, possess ground beneath their skies. Mountains, valleys, oceans, something firm to stand upon. Saturn offers no such destination. As we descend through the atmosphere, gases become denser and denser. Pressure mounts relentlessly. Hydrogen, the simplest element in the universe, begins changing its behavior. Gravity gathers it inward, compressing it with patient persistence. Deeper still, the hydrogen transforms into forms that seem almost magical. Under extraordinary pressure, it behaves like a liquid metal. Imagine oceans not of water, but of metallic hydrogen stretching through the interior of a planet. Here, nature reveals one of its favorite habits, taking familiar ingredients and, given enough time and pressure, transforming them into something entirely unexpected. Gravity is the quiet architect behind this transformation. For billions of years, it has been pulling inward, never resting, never losing focus. It gathers matter grain by grain, atom by atom, century by century. The result is the magnificent giant before us, and yet Saturn's most famous feature lies not beneath the clouds but around them. As we rise again above the atmosphere, the rings begin to dominate the view. No photograph fully prepares the mind for their scale. They are astonishingly wide. From edge to edge, the main ring system stretches hundreds of thousands of kilometers through space. If placed between Earth and the Moon, the rings would span much of the distance separating the two worlds. Yet they are also remarkably thin. In many places, their thickness is measured not in thousands of kilometers, but in tens of meters. The contrast feels almost impossible. A structure broader than entire planets and thinner than many office buildings. Nature often creates beauty through such contradictions. The rings appear solid from afar, but as we draw closer, they dissolve into countless individual pieces. Ice dominates their composition. Some fragments are smaller than grains of sand. Others rival mountains. Each particle follows its own orbit. Each particle obeys gravity's instructions. Together they create one of the most elegant structures in the solar system. We glide above them. Beneath us, billions upon billions of icy fragments circle Saturn in precise patterns. Sunlight reflects from their frozen surfaces, turning the rings into rivers of silver fire. The scene is not silent, not truly. If we could somehow place ourselves among the particles, sensitive instruments would detect faint collisions. Tiny impacts, gentle contacts, the subtle sounds of ice meeting ice after journeys measured in months or years. The rings are alive with motion. Every fragment is traveling. Every fragment is responding to invisible forces. And among those forces, the moons play a crucial role. The moons. They are the hidden choreographers of Saturn's grand dance. Some circle close to the rings, others wander far beyond them. Their gravity reaches outward like gentle fingertips, sculpting patterns, opening gaps, maintaining structures that might otherwise dissolve into chaos. To understand Saturn, we must understand these companions. And there are many. More than 100 confirmed moons move through Saturn's domain, each possessing its own character, history, and rhythm. Some are tiny and irregular, captured wanderers from distant regions of the solar system. Others are enormous worlds in their own right. Together they form a miniature planetary system orbiting a giant parent world. As darkness slowly gathers around us, our attention settles upon the largest of them all. Ahead, emerging from the shadows, a golden sphere hangs against the stars. This is Titan. Even from great distances, Titan feels different. Most moons reveal scarred surfaces of rock and ice. Titan hides itself. A thick atmosphere surrounds it, veiling the landscape beneath. Clouds drift through orange skies. Mists gather over distant horizons. An entire world waits beneath the haze. The sight is remarkable because Titan is unique among moons. It possesses a dense atmosphere richer than that of many planets. Here, chemistry unfolds in complex and fascinating ways. Sunlight and atmospheric particles interact high above the surface, creating layers of hydrocarbons that slowly settle downward like gentle snowfall. The result is a moon wrapped in perpetual amber twilight. As we approach, the atmosphere glows softly around its edge. The haze catches sunlight and scatters it into delicate layers. Titan seems less like a moon and more like a forgotten world from another chapter of cosmic history. And while Saturn turns behind us, while the rings continue their glittering orbit, and while countless other moons follow their own ancient paths through the darkness, Titan waits patiently ahead, guarding secrets that have endured for billions of years. In the next stage of our journey, We will descend through those orange skies and explore the extraordinary landscapes hidden beneath them, where rivers flow, lakes gather, and familiar earthly patterns appear in forms unlike anything found on our home world. The amber glow of Titan's atmosphere grows larger before us, filling more and more of the darkness, until Saturn itself begins to recede into the distance, becoming a magnificent backdrop suspended across the sky. From here, the giant planet no longer dominates our attention. Titan does. As we approach the moon, the haze thickens. Layers upon layers of atmospheric mist drift above one another like curtains hanging across an ancient stage. Sunlight struggles through the dense air, scattering into soft shades of gold, copper, and pale orange. There is something strangely familiar about this world. And yet, everything is different. The atmosphere presses against the surface at a greater pressure than Earth's own atmosphere. Presses against us at sea level. Nitrogen fills the skies. Winds move through valleys. Clouds gather and disperse. Rain falls. At first glance, Titan seems to be performing an imitation of Earth. But the details reveal a far stranger story. The temperature here rests near -179 degrees Celsius. Water, the substance that fills Earth's oceans and rivers, is locked into rock, hard ice. The familiar liquids of our world cannot survive in these conditions. Instead, methane and ethane take center stage. They flow, they evaporate, they condense into clouds. They fall as rain. They carve channels through the landscape. Nature has rewritten Earth's hydrological cycle, using entirely different ingredients. As we descend through the atmosphere, the clouds part below us. The surface slowly emerges. Dark plains stretch toward distant horizons. Broad river valleys branch across the terrain. Lakes glimmer faintly beneath the muted sunlight. The sight feels dreamlike. Somewhere deep within the human mind, rivers belong beneath blue skies. Lakes belong among green forests and rocky mountains. Yet here they exist beneath an orange atmosphere, on a frozen moon nearly 1.5 billion kilometers from the sun. The universe seems to enjoy surprising us. We drift lower. Below us lies Crackling, one of Titan's great seas. It stretches across hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, larger than many bodies of water on Earth. Gentle waves ripple across its surface. Shorelines curve into the distance. Yet this sea is not made of water. Liquid methane and ethane rest quietly beneath the dim sky. If we stand here, there is no crashing surf, no seabirds, no scent of salt, only stillness, only cold, only the slow-breathing rhythm of an alien world carrying out familiar processes in unfamiliar ways. Over immense spans of time, rain falls into these seas. Vapors rise back into the atmosphere. Clouds gather, storms travel across the moon. The cycle continues, year after year, millennium after millennium. Nature repeats patterns because patterns are efficient. The same physical laws that shape clouds above Earth also shape clouds above Titan. Gravity remains gravity. Fluid remains fluid. Time remains time. Only the stage has changed. And that idea may be one of the most beautiful lessons Saturn's system offers. The universe does not endlessly invent new rules. Instead, it composes endless variations of the same great themes. As we rise once more above Titan, Saturn appears enormous in the distance. The rings shine brilliantly against the darkness. Titan itself continues its orbit, completing a journey around Saturn every 16 Earth days. Its path is not random. Nothing here is random. Every moon follows a rhythm. Every orbit forms part of a larger symphony. And now, as we leave Titan behind, we begin to hear more of that music. Farther inward lies a small moon called Enceladus. Compared to Titan, it is tiny. Its diameter measures barely 500 kilometers. At first glance, it seems unremarkable. A bright white sphere, a frozen object among countless frozen objects. Yet appearances can be wonderfully misleading. As we approach Enceladus, its surface gleams like fresh snow beneath sunlight. Ice reflects nearly everything that strikes it. This moon shines more brightly than almost any object in the solar system. The landscape appears tranquil. Craters dot ancient regions. Frozen plains stretch outward. Everything seems still. But beneath the surface, something remarkable is happening. Deep below the ice, hidden from view, an ocean exists, liquid water. An entire global sea concealed beneath a frozen shell. This discovery transformed Enceladus from an obscure moon into one of the most intriguing worlds known to science. The source of this hidden ocean lies in a subtle but powerful process. Saturn's gravity continuously pulls on the moon. Nearby moons contribute their own gravitational influences. As Enceladus moves through its orbit, these forces gently squeeze and stretch its interior. The moon flexes, not quickly, not violently, but endlessly. Over time, that flexing generates heat. Gravity becomes a source of warmth. The frozen world acquires an inner heartbeat. And where heat meets water, possibility awakens. We drift toward the southern hemisphere. Here the surface changes dramatically. Long fractures cut through the ice. Scientists call them tiger stripes. These immense cracks extend across the terrain like luminous scars. And from them, something extraordinary emerges. Great plumes of water vapor erupt into space. As we hover nearby, countless icy particles stream upward from the darkness below. The jets rise hundreds of kilometers above the surface. They sparkle in sunlight. They drift outward. Some fall back as snow. Others escape entirely. Some eventually contribute material to Saturn's vast E-ring. Imagine that for a moment. A moon continually feeding a planetary ring. The relationship feels almost poetic. Enceladus offers pieces of itself to Saturn. Saturn gathers those fragments into luminous structures that circle the giant world. Moon and planet become partners in a process spanning immense distances. As we watch the plumes rise, we witness a world that refuses to be entirely frozen. Beneath the ice, hidden oceans move through darkness. Hydrothermal activity may occur along the seafloor. Minerals circulate. Chemistry unfolds. The ingredients associated with life, as we understand it, appear to exist together in one place. No one yet knows whether life has ever emerged within those hidden waters. The mystery remains. And perhaps that mystery itself contributes to the moon's quiet beauty. Enceladus reminds us that even small worlds can contain vast secrets. We continue onward. Moon after moon drifts through Saturn's realm. Some are heavily cratered relics from the earliest solar system. Others possess unusual shapes, sculpted by collisions and gravity. Each world carries its own history. Each world preserves a chapter of a story billions of years long. One moon in particular draws our attention. Ahead lies Iapetus. At first it appears almost impossible. One hemisphere shines brilliantly. The other is extraordinarily dark. The contrast is so dramatic that it resembles a cosmic yin and yang painted across a sphere. As Iapetus rotates, one side reflects sunlight like fresh snow, while the opposite side absorbs it like charcoal. For centuries, this appearance puzzled observers. Even now, the moon retains an air of mystery. Why should one world wear two entirely different faces? The answer appears to involve dust, sunlight, thermal processes, and vast spans of time working together in subtle ways. Again, we encounter one of nature's favorite methods. Not sudden transformation, not dramatic intervention, but patience. Millions of years, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, tiny effects accumulating. minute changes building upon one another, until eventually an entire moon appears divided between light and darkness. Throughout Saturn's kingdom, this principle repeats endlessly. Time is the master sculptor. Time shapes rings. Time shapes atmospheres. Time shapes oceans beneath ice. Time shapes worlds. And as we travel among these moons, another realization gradually emerges. We are not merely exploring Saturn. We are exploring a collection of clocks. Every orbit marks time. Every rotation measures duration. Every gravitational interaction creates repeating cycles that have continued for ages beyond comprehension. The moons move. The rings shift, the planet turns. And together they maintain a rhythm so vast and so precise that it has endured since long before life first appeared on Earth. Ahead, Saturn waits once more. The rings stretch across the darkness like luminous pathways. The giant planet slowly rotates beneath their shadow. And as we return toward that magnificent world, we begin to see the deeper patterns connecting every moon, every ring particle, and every movement within this celestial system. A grand architecture of rhythm written by gravity itself, waiting to reveal its full design. The great architecture gradually unfolds before us as we return towards Saturn. And from this vantage point, the entire system begins to resemble something far larger than a planet surrounded by moons. It becomes a living clockwork of motion, a vast celestial composition in which every orbit, every rotation, and every grain of ice contributes its own note to an endless symphony of time. Saturn hangs before us now in all its grandeur. Its cloud bands drift silently beneath the sunlight. Its rings arc across space like luminous pathways drawn by an invisible hand. Its moons move along ancient routes established billions of years ago. And everywhere we look, gravity continues its patient work. Gravity is perhaps the quietest force in the universe. It never announces itself. It never rushes. It simply persists, day after day, age after age, eon after eon. It gathers matter into planets. It guides moons through darkness. It sculpts rings into elegant structures. It choreographs encounters between worlds separated by immense distances. If we observe Saturn long enough, we begin to see that gravity behaves almost like a storyteller. It introduces characters. It creates relationships. It develops patterns. And then it allows those patterns to unfold across unimaginable stretches of time. The rings provide one of the most beautiful examples. From a distance, they appear permanent, timeless, as though they have always existed and always will. Yet nothing in the cosmos remains unchanged forever. The rings themselves are part of a continuing story. Each icy fragment circles Saturn at its own speed. Particles closer to the planet move more quickly. Particles farther away travel more slowly. The result is a constantly shifting structure that somehow maintains its overall beauty despite endless motion. Imagine standing within the rings. Above and below stretches a vast plain of ice and shadow. Countless fragments move around you. Some pieces are tiny, others are enormous. Sunlight flashes from frozen surfaces before disappearing again into darkness. The scene never repeats exactly. Every moment differs from the last. And yet the larger pattern remains. The rings endure because change itself has become organized. This is one of the profound lessons hidden within Saturn's realm. Stability is not the absence of motion. Stability often emerges from motion. The rings survive precisely because billions of particles are continuously moving according to the same physical laws. The same principle appears among the moons. Some moons travel in resonances with one another. Their orbital periods align in mathematical relationships that repeat again and again. One moon completes a certain number of orbits, while another completes a different number. Their gravitational influences reinforce one another through time. The pattern persists. The rhythm continues. These resonances are not accidents. They are the natural outcome of gravity searching for harmony. Over immense spans of time, unstable arrangements tend to fade away while stable arrangements remain. The result is a system that resembles music written not with sound, but with motion. And so we find ourselves listening to a symphony measured in years, a melody measured in centuries, a composition measured in billions of years. Far beyond the rings, some of Saturn's outer moons wander along distant paths. Many of them are likely captured objects, ancient travelers that once followed independent journeys around the Sun before Saturn's gravity invited them into its domain. Even now they continue their slow circuits, small, remote, often overlooked. Yet they too participate in the larger story. This is another remarkable feature of the cosmos. Nothing exists entirely alone. A tiny moon and a giant planet influence one another. A distant ring particle contributes to the appearance of an entire system. Individual actions accumulate into larger structures. Small rhythms become grand rhythms. Tiny stories become epic ones. As we continue our journey outward, Saturn slowly shrinks behind us. The rings become thinner. The moons become points of light. Yet even as distance grows, the system's unity becomes easier to appreciate. What once appeared to be separate objects now reveals itself as a connected whole. Titan's orange atmosphere, Enceladus, hidden ocean, Apatus, contrasting hemispheres, the countless ring particles, the dozens upon dozens of moons, all belong to the same family. All have influenced one another across cosmic history. All continue to evolve together. The realization carries a quiet comfort. The universe often appears vast beyond comprehension, and it is. The distances between worlds can be enormous. The ages involved can challenge imagination itself. Yet amid that immensity, patterns emerge. Connections form, order arises. Saturn demonstrates this beautifully. It transforms complexity into elegance. It gathers countless moving parts and shapes them into something coherent, something harmonious, something almost serene. We drift farther still. Now the Sun appears smaller. Its light arrives more gently. The darkness between the stars deepens, and Saturn hangs suspended within that darkness like a lantern made of gold and silver. For a moment, we simply observe. No measurements, no instruments, no calculations, only observation, only wonder. The rings shine softly. The moons continue their journeys. The planet turns, and everything unfolds at precisely the pace nature intends. There is no hurry here. The rings have circled Saturn for ages beyond human history. Titan has carried its methane rains through countless cycles. Enceladus has released its glittering plumes into space for longer than civilizations have existed on Earth. The cosmos understands patience on a scale few things can. A mountain may seem ancient to us. A forest may feel timeless. Yet Saturn reminds us that even those things are brief passages within a much larger story. The rhythms of worlds continue long after generations pass, long after empires rise and fall, long after individual lives fade into memory. The universe keeps turning, the planets keep orbiting, the stars keep shining, and perhaps there is something deeply reassuring in that continuity. As we gaze across Saturn's system one final time, we are witnessing processes that began before humanity existed and will continue far into the future. Gravity will remain at work. The moons will continue their dance. The rings will continue their slow evolution. The rhythms will endure. And somewhere within those rhythms lies a gentle reminder that we are participants in a universe far older, larger, and more interconnected than our daily concerns often allow us to notice. The immense scale no longer feels intimidating. Instead, it feels peaceful. The vastness becomes a source of perspective. The deep stretches of time become a source of calm. Saturn and its moons have spent billions of years moving through darkness with extraordinary grace. They ask nothing of us. They simply exist. They turn, they orbit, they shine. And in doing so, they offer a quiet invitation to slow our thoughts and drift alongside them for a while. Now the giant planet becomes smaller still. The rings narrow into a delicate thread of light. Titan fades into the distance. Enceladus disappears among the stars. The entire Saturnian system gradually merges with the surrounding darkness, becoming one luminous memory among countless others scattered throughout the cosmos. And as the stars continue their ancient vigil across the endless night, and as gravity patiently guides every world along its path, and as the rhythms of Saturn carry on through centuries yet to come, you may simply rest within the vastness of it all, allowing the great celestial symphony to fade gently into the distance, becoming softer and softer, quieter and quieter, until only the peaceful silence of the universe remains, stretching endlessly onward beneath the stars. Moving on to the cradles of Starlight, inside the great stellar nurseries, we drift into the great hidden chambers of the galaxy, where immense clouds of ancient dust and hydrogen float through the darkness, quietly preparing the birthplaces of stars that will shine for millions and billions of years to come. Let us begin by leaving behind the familiar neighborhoods of the cosmos and traveling toward one of the universe's most remarkable environments, the stellar nursery. At first glance, there seems to be very little to see. The darkness ahead appears empty. Space stretches endlessly in every direction, silent and cold. Yet within that darkness, entire continents of gas are waiting. As our journey continues, faint structures begin to emerge. Wisps of shadow drift across distant starlight. Vast curtains of gas hang between the stars. Slowly, the darkness gains texture. What appeared empty is not empty at all. We are entering a molecular cloud. These are among the largest structures in a galaxy. Some span dozens or even hundreds of light years to appreciate their scale. Imagine a beam of light, the fastest traveler in the known universe, requiring decades to cross from one side to the other. Entire civilizations could rise and disappear while a single photon journeys through these colossal regions. Around us, hydrogen atoms drift in immense numbers. The gas is extraordinarily thin by earthly standards, far thinner than the most perfect vacuum humans can create. Yet the cloud is so unimaginably vast that its total mass becomes enormous. Here, patience governs everything. Nothing rushes. Nothing explodes into existence overnight. The universe works with timescales measured in millions of years. If we could remain here long enough, we would witness one of nature's most profound transformations. Gravity is already awake. It moves quietly through the cloud like an ancient caretaker wandering among sleeping giants. It does not push. It does not command. Instead, it invites. Particle by particle, atom by atom, gravity gently encourages matter to gather. The process is so gradual that a human lifetime would scarcely notice the difference. Yet over immense spans of time, tiny changes accumulate. The cloud begins to thicken in certain regions. Subtle variations appear. A slightly denser pocket becomes a little denser still. Gravity notices, and gravity responds. The gathering begins. Around us, temperatures hover only a few degrees above absolute zero. This is a realm of extraordinary cold, a place where thermal motion slows to a gentle whisper. In this frigid darkness, Chemistry unfolds with exquisite patience. Tiny grains of cosmic dust drift among the hydrogen. They are ancient beyond imagination. Some were forged in stars that died before our sun was born. Some contain atoms created during spectacular stellar explosions billions of years ago. Iron, carbon, oxygen, silicon, the ingredients that one day become planets, oceans, mountains, and perhaps even living creatures, already travel through these clouds. The nursery is not merely creating stars, it is preparing future worlds. As we move deeper into the cloud, the darkness thickens. Visible starlight struggles to penetrate these regions. Dust absorbs and scatters the light, creating enormous silhouettes against the brighter galaxy beyond. From afar, these clouds often resemble dark wounds cut into the Milky Way. Yet inside them, creation is quietly unfolding. This contrast is one of the universe's favorite themes. The places that appear darkest often conceal the most remarkable activity. Ahead, we begin to notice something subtle. A region of the cloud is slowly collapsing inward. The movement is almost impossible to detect directly. It unfolds across spans of time so vast that entire species could evolve while the process continues. Yet, if we could speed up millions of years into moments, the scene would resemble a gentle cosmic snowfall flowing toward a common center. Gravity gathers the gas. The gas deepens gravity's hold. Together they create a self-reinforcing rhythm. A cradle is forming. Within this growing pocket, matter becomes increasingly crowded. Atoms that once drifted vast distances apart now encounter one another more frequently. The region grows warmer, not hot. Not yet, but warmer. The compression itself generates heat. Gravity's embrace tightens. The cloud slowly awakens. Far above us, distant stars shine through gaps in the gas. Some are ancient red giants nearing the end of their lives. Others are young stars only recently born from similar clouds. The galaxy surrounds us with evidence of an endless cycle. Birth, life, transformation, renewal. Stars create heavier elements through nuclear fusion. Those elements eventually return to space. New clouds inherit the material. New stars emerge. The cycle repeats across billions of years. In many ways, the galaxy resembles a vast forest. Old stars fall. New stars rise. The ingredients are recycled. Nothing is truly wasted. Every atom carries a history. Some of the carbon drifting through this cloud may once have glowed inside a star that vanished long before Earth existed. Some oxygen atoms may have crossed the galaxy for hundreds of millions of years before arriving here. The nursery gathers these travelers together. A new chapter is beginning. As we venture farther inward, we encounter regions known as dense cores. These are the hidden hearts of molecular clouds. Here, gravity's influence becomes stronger. The gas thickens substantially. Dust accumulates. Temperatures remain extremely low, allowing collapse to continue. Imagine standing within a cathedral whose walls are made not of stone, but of darkness itself. Every direction is filled with invisible material. Every direction carries the faint promise of future sunlight. Inside these dense cores, the earliest stages of star formation take shape. The process is still concealed. No brilliant star shines yet. No warm planetary system exists. Only gathering, only preparation, only possibility. Yet possibility can be one of the most powerful forces in the cosmos. Everything that follows depends upon this quiet beginning. A future star, future planets, future oceans, future skies, perhaps future life. All begin here, hidden inside cold darkness. We drift onward. Gradually, the cloud changes. Faint infrared glows begin to appear. These wavelengths of light can escape regions that visible light cannot. Through them, the nursery reveals some of its secrets. Scattered throughout the darkness are tiny points of warmth. They resemble embers buried beneath deep ash. These are protostars, the first visible signs that gravity's patient work is succeeding. They are not yet true stars. Their cores have not reached the temperatures required for sustained nuclear fusion. But the journey has begun. Gas continues falling inward. Material spirals toward the growing objects. Each protostar shines primarily from gravitational energy. Gravity, having spent millions of years gathering matter, now converts that motion into heat and light. The effect is gentle but unmistakable. The darkness contains sparks. Around many of these protostars, broad disks of gas and dust begin to form. They rotate slowly, flattening under the influence of motion and gravity. Within these disks lie the raw materials of future planetary systems. Tiny dust grains drift together, particles meet. Some stick, others separate. The process appears insignificant, yet this is how worlds begin. Every mountain, every ocean, every desert, every moon, every ringed planet begins with particles scarcely larger than grains of dust. The scale is astonishing. The consequences are profound. We are witnessing the earliest pages of a story that may continue for billions of years. A single grain collides with another, then another, then another. Slowly, structures emerge. Nature does not require haste. Given enough time, complexity arises. Given enough patience, entire solar systems take shape. The nursery continues its work. Everywhere around us, clouds gather and settle. Protostars glow softly within their cocoons. Dust drifts through darkness illuminated by faint newborn light. The silence feels immense, not empty silence, creative silence. The kind of silence found before an orchestra begins. The kind of silence found before dawn touches a sleeping landscape. The kind of silence in which extraordinary things are quietly becoming possible. And as we move deeper into the stellar nursery, toward the growing hearts of these embryonic suns, we begin to approach the moment when gravity's long stewardship will finally ignite something entirely new. A transformation that will fill these dark clouds with radiant light and reshape the surrounding cosmos for millions of years to come. The faint embers of the protostars glow ahead of us now, scattered through the darkness like lanterns, hidden within a vast and ancient forest. And as we continue deeper into the stellar nursery, we begin to approach the threshold where a cloud of cold gas becomes something far more extraordinary. The transformation unfolds slowly, almost unimaginably slowly. For millions of years, gravity has been gathering material inward. The protostar at the center of each collapsing cloud grows heavier with every passing age. Hydrogen continues to fall through the surrounding darkness. Dust spirals inward through immense rotating disks. Nothing about the process feels hurried. The universe is remarkably comfortable with long waits. And yet, despite this patience, a profound tension is building. Deep within the protostar, pressure rises. The weight of all the material above presses downward. Layer upon layer accumulates. Hydrogen atoms find themselves packed increasingly close together. Gravity continues its quiet work. Like a master sculptor refining a statue hidden inside stone, it removes uncertainty and gathers possibility into a single concentrated form. As we descend toward one of these growing objects, its surrounding cocoon begins to glow more brightly. The darkness no longer feels entirely dark. A soft crimson warmth radiates outward through the dust. The protostar resembles a hidden hearth buried beneath cosmic blankets. Around it, a vast accretion disk slowly turns. This rotating structure stretches for billions of kilometers. Within it lies enough material to create planets, moons, asteroids, comets, and countless smaller worlds. If we could watch the disk over millions of years, we would see subtle patterns emerging. Dust grains meet one another. They cling together. Small structures become larger structures. Pebbles become boulders. Boulders become mountain-sized bodies. The first foundations of future planets quietly appear. Every world begins humbly. Even Earth, even Saturn, even distant planets orbiting stars we have not yet discovered. All begin here. Within these tranquil spinning disks, within these patient nurseries, within these vast circles of dust illuminated by the gentle glow of a newborn sun. As we observe, the protostar continues contracting. Its interior grows hotter. Millions of degrees remain far away, but the journey is progressing steadily. Gravity presses inward. Heat pushes outward. A conversation begins between two immense forces. Gravity wishes to gather. Heat wishes to expand. For a time, gravity leads the dance. The protostar continues shrinking. The core grows denser. The temperature climbs. Hundreds of thousands of years pass, then millions. The surrounding cloud slowly clears. Radiation from the growing object begins influencing its environment. Nearby gas warms. Dust scatters. The nursery itself starts changing shape. What was once a dark cocoon gradually becomes translucent. The growing star is preparing to reveal itself. Ahead, we enter a region where several protostars are forming together. This is often how stars are born, not alone, but in families. Entire clusters emerge from giant molecular clouds, hundreds, sometimes thousands, sometimes tens of thousands. A stellar nursery can resemble a cosmic garden where countless seeds germinate simultaneously. Each follows its own path. Some gather enough material to become massive blue stars. Others grow into smaller orange or red stars. Many will remain stable for billions of years. Some will burn brightly and briefly. Each star begins with similar ingredients, yet each life unfolds differently. The variety is astonishing, and all of it emerges from the same cold cloud, the same hydrogen, the same dust. The same quiet laws of physics acting across immense spans of time. As we drift through this stellar cradle, we begin to notice enormous pillars of gas rising around us. Towering structures extend for light years. They resemble mountains carved from shadow and mist. These formations emerge because young stars are already reshaping their birthplace. Radiation streams outward. Stellar winds flow through the cloud. The nursery responds. Dense regions resist erosion. Softer regions gradually disperse. The result is a landscape unlike anything found on Earth. Gigantic columns, dark ridges, luminous caverns, cathedrals of gas stretching across distances so large that light itself requires years to cross them. The scene is peaceful. Yet beneath that peace lies continuous change. Creation and transformation occur together. Stars are born, clouds disperse, new structures emerge, old structures fade. The galaxy never truly stands still. Its movements simply unfold on timescales far beyond ordinary experience. As we continue onward, we arrive near one of the most dramatic moments in a star's life. The core temperature is approaching a critical threshold. For millions of years, gravity has been gathering hydrogen inward. Now the pressure has become immense. The heat has become extraordinary. The hydrogen atoms are crowded together in conditions unlike anything found in ordinary space. And then, quietly, almost imperceptibly at first, something changes. Fusion begins. Hydrogen nuclei merge. A tiny amount of mass transforms into energy. Light is born. The star takes its first true breath. The event is not an explosion. It is an awakening, a long-awaited sunrise after an age of darkness. Deep within the core, fusion ignites and begins generating a steady outward flow of energy. For the first time, gravity encounters a force capable of matching its pull. balance emerges. The newborn star settles into a stable existence. Its long childhood is over. Its true life has begun. The surrounding cloud responds immediately. Radiation floods outward. The nearby gas glows. Hydrogen atoms absorb energy and release it again as beautiful light. Entire regions of the nursery become illuminated. What was once hidden now shines across space. If we look around us, enormous glowing chambers stretch into the distance. Vast curtains of pink, crimson, blue, and violet gas shimmer beneath the light of newly born stars. The nursery reveals itself. The darkness has become radiant. Yet even this brightness feels gentle. The light spreads through clouds that took millions of years to assemble. Every luminous arc represents an ancient process unfolding with extraordinary patience. The sight is breathtaking and deeply calming, because beneath all the complexity lies a simple truth. Stars are not separate from their environment. They emerge from it. They shape it, and eventually they return material back to it. The cycle continues, always. The galaxy breathes through these nurseries. Clouds gather, stars awaken, stars age. New clouds inherit their remains. The rhythm repeats, over and over, across billions of years. As we drift through these glowing chambers, another realization begins to emerge. The nursery is not only creating stars, it is creating the conditions for future stories. Around many newborn stars, planets are already beginning to form. Tiny worlds are taking shape. Future landscapes, future skies, future oceans, perhaps future civilizations, perhaps future observers who will someday gaze toward their own night skies and wonder where they came from. The answer, in part, lies here, within these clouds, within these cradles of starlight, within these immense regions where gravity patiently gathers matter and transforms darkness into light. Ahead, deeper within the nursery, we can already see larger stars beginning to influence the entire environment around them. Their brilliance is reshaping neighboring clouds on a grand scale, creating vast luminous bubbles and sculpting some of the most spectacular structures in the galaxy. And it is toward those giant architects of light that our journey now continues. Ahead of us, the great architects of the stellar nursery begin to emerge from the glowing haze, and as their light spreads through the surrounding clouds, we find ourselves entering one of the most magnificent chapters in the life of a galaxy. The newborn stars around us have been gentle companions so far. Many are modest suns. Many will spend billions of years shining quietly, much as our own sun does today. But some stars are born with extraordinary mass. These giants arrive carrying tremendous influence. Even in their youth, they begin reshaping the landscape around them. As we approach, their light becomes impossible to ignore. Brilliant blue, white stars shine from within vast chambers of glowing gas. They are hot beyond ordinary comprehension. Their surfaces blaze with temperatures tens of thousands of degrees above absolute zero. The energy pouring from them races outward in all directions. The surrounding cloud responds immediately. Hydrogen atoms absorb the starlight and begin glowing softly in return. Entire regions of the nursery illuminate like celestial lanterns. The darkness retreats. The cloud itself becomes visible. Around us stretch enormous glowing caverns spanning dozens of light years. Delicate curtains of gas hang suspended in space. Towering walls of dust cast long shadows. Luminous arcs curve through the darkness like rivers of light. The scale feels almost impossible. If Earth were placed here, it would vanish into insignificance. Entire planetary systems could drift unnoticed within these vast chambers. And yet every glowing structure we see is connected to the same simple process. Light meets gas. Gas responds, the nursery awakens. We drift through one of these illuminated regions. The airless silence remains absolute. No sound travels here. No wind rustles through the glowing clouds. Yet the scene possesses its own rhythm. A visual rhythm, a cosmic breathing. Light expands outward. Matter rearranges itself. The cloud slowly evolves. Over hundreds of thousands of years, then millions, the appearance changes. Structures grow. Structures dissolve. New stars emerge. The nursery continually reinvents itself. And still gravity remains present. Even here, amid all this brilliance, gravity continues its patient stewardship. It never abandons its work. While starlight sculpts the outer regions of the cloud, gravity quietly gathers material elsewhere. New dense cores begin forming. New collapses begin. New stars prepare to awaken. The nursery contains many generations at once. Some stars are only beginning to form. Others have already ignited. Some are mature enough to reshape their surroundings. Different chapters of stellar life coexist within the same cosmic landscape. The effect resembles walking through an ancient forest where seeds, saplings, mature trees, and fallen giants all occupy the same terrain. Every stage contributes to the whole. Every stage supports what follows. As we continue onward, we encounter enormous bubbles carved into the cloud by stellar radiation. The cavities stretch across vast distances. Their glowing boundaries shine softly against the darkness. These structures are not signs of destruction alone. They are also instruments of creation. The pressure from expanding regions can compress neighboring clouds. Those clouds may then begin collapsing under gravity. New stars may emerge. One generation helps create the next. The nursery sustains itself through cycles of influence and renewal. This pattern appears throughout nature. A river shapes a valley. A forest enriches its soil. Stars illuminate clouds that eventually give rise to more stars. Creation rarely occurs in isolation. Everything participates in larger systems. Everything contributes to broader rhythms. The galaxy itself seems aware of this principle. Across its spiral arms, stellar nurseries continue their work. Immense molecular clouds drift through the Milky Way. Some remain quiet for millions of years. Others actively produce entire clusters of stars. The process unfolds continuously. Even now, at this very moment, somewhere within our galaxy, gravity is gathering hydrogen into a new protostar. Somewhere, a young star is igniting for the first time. Somewhere, planets are beginning their long journey toward existence. The story never truly ends. It simply moves from one region to another, from one cloud to another, from one age to another. As we pull farther back, the nursery gradually reveals its full scale. The glowing structures that once seemed enormous now become parts of something even larger. Clusters of stars shine within interconnected networks of gas and dust. The cloud stretches across light years, then tens of light years, then farther still. The nursery begins to resemble a continent of creation floating within the galaxy. Its edges fade into darkness. Its luminous regions sparkle like cities seen from a great height. The sight inspires a profound sense of perspective. Every atom in our bodies once belonged to earlier stars. The calcium in bones, the iron in blood, the oxygen we breathe, all were forged in stellar interiors long before Earth existed. The nurseries we have explored tonight are preparing the next chapters of that same story. Future stars will emerge from these clouds. Future planets will form around those stars. Future chemistry will unfold upon those worlds. The cycle that ultimately made us possible continues across the galaxy. And there is something deeply comforting in that realization. We are not separate from these processes. We are expressions of them. The universe has spent billions of years transforming simple hydrogen into increasing complexity. Clouds became stars. Stars created heavier elements. Those elements formed planets. Those planets became homes for oceans, atmospheres, and living things. The chain stretches across unimaginable time. Yet every link remains connected. The stellar nursery is not merely a distant astronomical object. It is part of our own history. A chapter written long before humanity appeared. A chapter still being written today. Now the glowing clouds begin to recede behind us. The brilliant young stars become smaller. The immense pillars and luminous caverns gradually fade into the surrounding darkness. Yet their presence lingers, like the memory of a vast cathedral after leaving its halls, like the memory of distant music after the final note has faded. The nursery continues its quiet labor. Gravity continues gathering, hydrogen continues waiting, new stars continue awakening. The great cycle moves forward patiently, steadily, beautifully. Far below us, the spiral arm of the Milky Way stretches across the darkness like a river of silver mist. Beyond it lie countless other galaxies. Within those galaxies, countless other stellar nurseries glow. The same story unfolds everywhere. The same rhythms, the same patient laws, the same transformation of darkness into light. And as we gaze across that endless cosmic landscape, watching the distant cradles of starlight scattered throughout the universe, you may simply rest within the vastness of it all, within the knowledge that stars are still being born, that galaxies are still slowly turning through the darkness, and that the great creative rhythms of the cosmos continue their gentle work across millions and billions of years, carrying their luminous stories onward beneath an infinite canopy of stars, growing softer and quieter with distance, until they become part of the deep and peaceful silence of the night itself. Moving on to the Orphans of the Cosmos, a story of rogue planets, we venture into the immense dark spaces between the stars, where solitary worlds wander through the galaxy without suns to guide them, carrying their silent histories across an ocean of darkness that has no visible shore. Let us begin by leaving behind the familiar architecture of the cosmos. Around us, we are accustomed to seeing stars surrounded by planets, planets accompanied by moons, and entire solar systems moving together through the galaxy like celestial families. The night sky itself seems to reinforce this picture. Every bright star suggests a center. Every orbit suggests belonging. Yet, as we travel farther into the depths of interstellar space, another reality gradually emerges. Not every planet has a sun. Some worlds travel alone. Far from the warmth of any star, beyond the glow of any planetary system, they drift through the darkness as cosmic wanderers. Astronomers call them rogue planets, though the name almost sounds too dramatic for such quiet travelers. They are not rebellious worlds. They are not dangerous outcasts. They are simply planets without homes. Ahead of us stretches a region of space so vast that even the nearest stars appear as distant lanterns scattered across an endless black sea. The darkness here feels different from the darkness surrounding Earth. Near Earth, night is never truly dark. Moonlight spills across landscapes. Planetary neighbors glow faintly in the sky. The sun's influence still lingers. But here, in the spaces between stellar systems, darkness reigns with remarkable completeness. The silence feels ancient. Light itself becomes rare. If we pause and simply observe, we begin to understand the staggering scale involved. The nearest star to our sun lies over 4 light years away, a beam of light. Traveling at nearly 300,000 kilometers every second requires more than 4 years to bridge that gap. For a rogue planet drifting between stars, these distances become everyday surroundings. Imagine standing upon such a world. Above you hangs a sky unlike any known on Earth. There is no brilliant sun, no sunrise, no sunset, no blue daytime sky. The heavens remain perpetually dark. Stars glitter overhead, but they are only points of distant light. They offer beauty, they offer perspective, but they provide little warmth. The rogue planet continues its journey beneath them, patiently, silently, endlessly. As we move through the darkness, a faint shape begins to emerge ahead. At first it appears almost invisible, a shadow among shadows. Only the slightest reflected starlight reveals its presence. Gradually, the silhouette grows. A world materializes from the darkness. This is our first rogue planet. It hangs suspended in space like a forgotten pearl drifting through an infinite ocean. No star illuminates its surface. No sunlight outlines its horizon. Only distant starlight brushes across its contours with a faint silver glow. The scene feels strangely peaceful. There is no rushing atmosphere, no nearby stellar activity, no blazing solar winds dominating the environment. The planet simply exists, a solitary traveler crossing the galaxy. And immediately a question arises. How did it arrive here? How does a planet become alone? The answer begins long before this world enters interstellar space. To understand the rogue planet, we must first travel backward into time. Around us, the darkness slowly gives way to memory. A young stellar nursery emerges. Clouds of gas and dust gather within the galaxy. Gravity moves through them like a patient gardener tending an invisible field. Stars begin to form. Around those stars, disks of gas and dust spread outward. Within those disks, planets take shape. The process unfolds over millions of years. Dust becomes pebbles, pebbles become worlds. Entire planetary systems emerge. At first, everything seems orderly. Planets circle their parent stars. Orbits settle into place. Gravity appears content. Yet gravity is not merely a creator. It is also a negotiator, a sculptor, a force that continuously evaluates every arrangement. And not every arrangement remains stable. Imagine a young solar system crowded with newly formed giant planets. Massive worlds pull upon one another. Their gravitational fields overlap. Each planet subtly alters the paths of its neighbors. At first, the effects are small. A slight shift, a tiny deviation, a gentle tug. But over millions of years, those tiny changes accumulate. The cosmic conversation grows louder. The planets begin influencing one another more dramatically. Orbits stretch. Paths cross. Close encounters occur. Gravity rearranges the architecture. Then one day, here may represent an event millions of years in the making. The balance breaks. One giant planet approaches another. Their gravitational fields interact. Energy exchanges hands. And suddenly, one world receives a powerful outward push. Not a collision, not an explosion. Simply a redirection. Gravity opens a door. The planet passes through it. The world accelerates away from its star. The distance grows. The warmth diminishes. The sunlight weakens. The star that once dominated its sky begins shrinking into the background. Century after century passes. Millennium after millennium. The planet continues outward. Eventually, it reaches a point of no return. The star's grip weakens. Interstellar space waits beyond, and the planet departs. Its home system fades behind it. The journey of the wanderer begins. We return now to the rogue planet before us. The memory dissolves. the darkness returns. The lonely world remains. Its story is no longer mysterious. It is an exile of gravity, a traveler shaped by the restless dynamics of planetary systems. And remarkably, such events may be common. Many astronomers suspect that our galaxy contains enormous numbers of rogue planets, possibly billions, perhaps even more. The Milky Way may be filled with unseen worlds drifting through darkness. Some may be Earth-sized. Others may rival Jupiter. Entire populations of planetary nomads may inhabit the spaces between the stars. The realization transforms the galaxy. What once seemed like empty gaps now appear populated, not with civilizations, not with glowing stars, but with hidden worlds quietly crossing the darkness. As we draw closer to our rogue planet, another fascinating possibility emerges. At first glance, one might assume such a world must be entirely frozen, and many certainly are. Far from any star, temperatures plunge dramatically. The surface becomes locked beneath ice. Atmospheres may freeze and settle onto the ground. The environment appears lifeless, yet nature rarely abandons complexity so easily. If we look deeper beneath the frozen crust, we encounter another story. Inside large planets, heat can persist for astonishing lengths of time. Some of that warmth originates from the planet's formation itself. The process of gathering matter generates tremendous energy. Even billions of years later, traces of that ancient warmth may remain. Radioactive elements contribute as well. Deep within rocky interiors, atoms quietly decay. Their transformations release heat, tiny amounts at any given moment, but over planetary scales and geological ages, the effect becomes significant. The rogue planet carries an internal fire, not a raging fire, not molten oceans stretching to the surface, but a persistent warmth hidden beneath layers of ice and stone. As we imagine descending below the frozen exterior, the darkness changes. The cold begins to ease. The pressure rises. Deep underground, conditions may become surprisingly hospitable. Some scientists have even proposed that certain rogue planets could harbor subsurface oceans, vast reservoirs of liquid water hidden beneath thick shells of ice, entire oceans, protected from the freezing vacuum above, shielded by kilometers of frozen crust, quietly existing for millions or billions of years. The idea feels almost magical, a sunless world carrying an unseen see-through interstellar space, an ocean drifting between the stars, yet it emerges naturally from the laws of physics. The universe often hides its most fascinating possibilities beneath its quietest appearances. And as we continue our approach toward this wandering world, moving closer to its frozen horizon and the mysteries concealed beneath its ancient surface, we begin to realize that these planetary nomads may be far more complex than simple exiles. They may represent entire unseen realms, carrying hidden environments through the darkness of the galaxy while following journeys that span hundreds of millions of years. The frozen horizon stretches before us now, pale and faint beneath the distant glow of countless stars. And as we descend toward the surface of this wandering world, we begin to discover that solitude does not necessarily mean emptiness. The landscape below appears ancient. No sunrise sweeps across the terrain. No daylight ever arrives. The sky remains permanently dark, a vast black canopy scattered with steady points of starlight. Time feels different here. Without a nearby sun to mark the passing of days, familiar rhythms disappear. There is no morning, no afternoon, no evening, only the quiet continuity of existence. The rogue planet continues its journey through the galaxy regardless. Its motion never stops. Even now, It is traveling through the Milky Way at tremendous speed, carrying mountains, valleys, ice fields, and hidden mysteries across distances so vast that entire civilizations could rise and vanish before it completes a small fraction of its voyage. As we move closer to the surface, details emerge. Frozen plains stretch toward distant horizons. Ridges of ice catch faint starlight. Broad impact craters preserve memories of ancient collisions. Nothing seems hurried. Everything appears sculpted by immense spans of time. The silence feels profound. Not the silence of abandonment, the silence of patience. The silence of a world that has spent hundreds of millions, perhaps billions, of years traveling through darkness. If we stand here and look upward, the galaxy arches across the sky. The Milky Way appears astonishingly bright. Without a nearby sun, and without the scattering effects of a thick illuminated atmosphere, the stars reveal themselves with unusual clarity. Countless points of light fill the heavens. Dense rivers of starlight flow from horizon to horizon. Nebulae glow faintly in the distance. Star clusters sparkle like scattered diamonds. The sky itself becomes the dominant landscape. For any hypothetical observer standing here, the universe would appear extraordinarily alive, and yet that same observer might notice something missing. One star, a sun, a center. The rogue planet has none. Its sky is rich with distant lights, but lacks a local companion. The realization gives the world a unique character. It belongs to the galaxy itself, not to a single solar system, not to a particular star. Its journey is broader than that. As we continue our descent, our attention turns beneath the surface. The frozen crust below us may be kilometers thick, perhaps tens of kilometers, perhaps even more. The exact details vary from world to world. Yet beneath that crust, heat quietly persists. The warmth is not dramatic. It does not announce itself. It rises slowly from the interior like a memory carried forward through geological time. Deep below, radioactive elements continue their ancient transformations. Atoms that formed before Earth existed still release energy. Tiny events occurring one by one, patiently, relentlessly. The planet gathers this energy, stores it, distributes it through its interior. The result is subtle but important. Ice does not always remain frozen forever. Given enough pressure and enough warmth, change becomes possible. As we imagine moving downward through the crust, layers of ice gradually surround us. Above lies darkness, below lies mystery. The pressure increases. Temperatures slowly rise, and then, at a certain depth, a remarkable transition may occur. The ice yields, liquid water appears, an ocean emerges. The thought is extraordinary. Far from every star, far beyond every habitable zone, a hidden sea quietly exists. The ocean stretches into darkness beneath a frozen shell. No sunlight penetrates these waters. No waves glitter beneath daylight. No moon pulls visible tides across the surface. Yet the ocean remains, a secret carried through interstellar space. The universe often surprises us in this way. We are accustomed to connecting life, warmth, and possibility with sunlight, and for good reason. On Earth, the sun governs nearly everything. It powers weather. It drives ecosystems. It shapes climates. But rogue planets remind us that nature can be creative. Heat can emerge from other sources. Complex environments can persist in unexpected places. The boundaries of possibility are often wider than first imagined. As we drift through this hypothetical hidden ocean, the darkness becomes complete. Above us rests an immense frozen roof. Below us lies an unseen seafloor. The water stretches silently in all directions. The scene feels less like an ocean and more like a hidden world enclosed within another world. And here, an intriguing scientific question arises. Could life exist in such places? The answer remains unknown, yet the possibility invites reflection. On Earth, some organisms thrive in darkness. Deep beneath the ocean, far beyond the reach of sunlight, entire ecosystems flourish around hydrothermal vents. Life there draws energy from chemistry rather than light. The organisms do not depend directly upon the sun. Instead, they rely upon heat and chemical reactions emerging from Earth's interior. The existence of such environments expands our imagination. If chemistry and warmth exist beneath the ice of a rogue planet, then some of the essential ingredients associated with habitability might be present. Whether life actually emerges is another question entirely. The universe has not yet revealed that answer. Still, the possibility lingers. And sometimes possibilities are among the most fascinating aspects of science. They remind us how much remains undiscovered. As we rise once more toward the surface, our journey broadens. The rogue planet before us is only one example among many. The galaxy may contain a remarkable variety of wandering worlds. Some could be rocky planets resembling Earth. Others may be giant gas worlds larger than Jupiter. Each possesses its own history, its own trajectory, its own relationship with gravity and time. Some rogue planets may have formed within solar systems and later been ejected. Others may have emerged directly from collapsing clouds of gas, forming alone from the very beginning. Nature appears capable of creating planetary wanderers through multiple pathways. The result is a hidden population spread throughout the Milky Way. Invisible neighbors drifting through the dark. As we continue through interstellar space, another rogue world appears ahead. This one is enormous, a giant planet. Its atmosphere extends outward in broad layers of gas. Without a nearby star illuminating it, the world glows faintly from within. Residual heat from its formation still escapes into space. The planet resembles a dim ember carried through darkness, a memory of an ancient fire. Around it, the vacuum remains perfectly silent. Yet the giant world itself is alive with slow atmospheric motion. Cloud layers drift. Heat rises from deeper regions. The planet radiates energy accumulated billions of years ago. Time becomes tangible here. The warmth we observe today originates from events that occurred in the distant past. The planet remembers its birth. Its glow is an echo of creation. This theme appears repeatedly throughout the cosmos. Nothing exists entirely in the present. Every object carries traces of its history. Stars carry the memory of collapsing clouds. Galaxies carry the memory of ancient mergers. Planets carry the memory of their formation. Rogue planets are no exception. They are archives of cosmic events, traveling records of gravitational encounters long completed. As we journey alongside these wandering worlds, the distances involved continue to expand. Years become centuries, centuries become millennia, millennia become millions of years. The rogue planets continue drifting, patiently crossing the galaxy, moving through regions where no star dominates the sky, experiencing epochs of darkness beyond ordinary comprehension. And yet their journeys are not aimless. Gravity still guides them. The galaxy itself exerts influence. Massive structures shape their trajectories. Invisible gravitational currents flow throughout the Milky Way. The wanderers participate in those larger motions. They remain connected to the cosmic whole, even in solitude. Ahead, the darkness begins to reveal something new, far beyond the individual rogue planets. We can glimpse the broader galactic environment, through which they travel, spiral arms filled with stars, stellar nurseries creating new worlds, and the immense gravitational architecture that governs every journey. And as we continue deeper into that grander perspective, we begin to see that these lonely planets are not merely exiles of the cosmos. They are participants in a much larger story, one that stretches across the entire galaxy and unfolds over billions of years. The broader galaxy gradually unfolds around us now, and as our view expands beyond any single wandering world, the rogue planets begin to reveal their place within a much larger cosmic tapestry. From this greater perspective, the Milky Way stretches across the darkness like a luminous river. Hundreds of billions of stars glow within its spiral arms. Nebulae drift between them. Clusters gather and disperse. Clouds of hydrogen quietly prepare future generations of suns. Everywhere we look, motion is taking place. Not hurried motion, galactic motion. The kind measured not in hours or years, but in tens of millions of years. The kind that unfolds so slowly that it resembles stillness. Within this immense structure, rogue planets continue their solitary journeys, and yet, seen from afar, they no longer appear isolated. They become part of the galaxy's great circulation of matter and energy. The stars create planets. Gravity rearranges planetary systems. Some worlds remain bound to their suns. Others are released into the wider galaxy. The process resembles leaves drifting from a forest. The leaves are not separate from the forest. They are products of it, extensions of it, participants in its larger cycle. So too are the rogue planets. They are children of stellar systems, travelers born from the same processes that shaped Earth, Saturn, and countless other familiar worlds. The difference is simply that their journeys continue along different paths. As we drift alongside one of these worlds, we begin to appreciate the extraordinary duration of its voyage. Imagine a planet ejected from its star 1 billion years ago. At the moment of its departure, Earth itself may have been a very different world. Entire mountain ranges have risen and eroded since then. Oceans have changed shape. Species have appeared and vanished. Continents have wandered across the globe. And throughout all that time, the rogue planet has continued its silent journey. The scale is almost impossible to grasp. Human history occupies only a tiny fraction of the timeline. Civilizations are brief flashes compared to the ages through which these worlds travel. Yet that immense duration lends them a unique kind of beauty. The rogue planet becomes a symbol of cosmic patience, a reminder that the universe is comfortable with journeys lasting longer than imagination easily accommodates. Ahead of us, the stars appear denser. We are approaching one of the spiral arms of the galaxy. Young blue stars illuminate surrounding clouds. Clusters shimmer against the darkness. The region feels vibrant compared to the emptiness we have crossed. And here another fascinating possibility emerges. Not every rogue planet remains forever alone. Given enough time, strange encounters become possible. The galaxy is vast, but it is not empty. Stars move, clouds move, planets move. Occasionally, paths intersect. A wandering world may pass through a molecular cloud. It may drift near a stellar system. It may even encounter another rogue planet. The probabilities are small on human timescales. Yet the galaxy does not think in human timescales. It thinks in hundreds of millions and billions of years. Given enough time, rare events become inevitable. Imagine a rogue planet crossing the outskirts of a young stellar nursery. The cloud glows softly around it. New stars are being born nearby. Gravity reaches outward through the darkness. For a moment, the wanderer becomes part of another chapter in the galaxy's story. Not as a permanent resident, not necessarily as a captured world, but as a traveler passing through changing landscapes. Its journey intersects with the journeys of others. This idea reveals something profound. Even in apparent isolation, nothing in the universe is completely disconnected. Gravity creates relationships across immense distances. Matter circulates through generations of stars. Elements forged in one system become ingredients in another. The galaxy functions less like a collection of separate objects and more like a vast ecosystem. Everything participates. Everything influences something else. The rogue planets remind us of this truth. At first they appear lonely. Yet their existence depends entirely upon relationships. Relationships with stars that once hosted them. Relationships with neighboring planets that altered their trajectories. Relationships with the galactic environment that now guides their motion. Their solitude exists within a network of deeper connections. As we continue our journey, another thought gently emerges. How many rogue planets exist? The answer remains uncertain. Astronomers continue searching. Many are extraordinarily difficult to detect. A dark world drifting through interstellar space reveals itself only under special circumstances. Sometimes its gravity briefly bends the light of a distant star. Sometimes sensitive instruments detect faint residual heat. Sometimes indirect evidence hints at larger populations hidden from view. The numbers may be astonishing. There may be billions, perhaps even trillions, more rogue planets than stars. Entire unseen populations moving through the galaxy at this very moment. The thought transforms our understanding of space. The darkness between stars is not merely empty distance. It may be inhabited by countless silent worlds, frozen worlds, gas giants, ancient wanderers, potential ocean worlds hidden beneath ice, planets carrying stories that began around stars long forgotten, each one moving through darkness beneath the same galactic sky. As we pull farther back, the rogue planets themselves become increasingly difficult to see. Their faint outlines vanish into the vastness. The stars dominate the view once more. Yet knowing they are there changes everything. The galaxy feels richer, more layered, more mysterious. Invisible worlds drift through the darkness between visible ones. An unseen geography exists beneath the familiar map of the heavens, and perhaps that realization captures something essential about science itself. Again and again, the universe reveals that reality is larger than appearances suggest. What seems empty often contains hidden structure. What seems simple often conceals extraordinary complexity. What seems lonely often remains connected in ways not immediately visible. The rogue planets embody all of these lessons. They wander through the darkness. They travel immense distances. They carry hidden warmth. They preserve memories of ancient gravitational encounters. And they remind us that even the quietest corners of the cosmos can harbor remarkable stories. Now the galaxy itself begins to recede. The spiral arms soften into luminous streams of light. Star clusters become scattered sparks. Nebulae fade into delicate veils. The immense architecture of the Milky Way stretches peacefully across the darkness. Somewhere within it, countless rogue planets continue their journeys. Some drift beneath skies filled with distant stars. Some conceal hidden oceans beneath frozen crusts. Some carry ancient internal heat from the dawn of their creation. All move according to rhythms established long ago by gravity's patient hand. And as we watch them disappear into the vast darkness between the stars, we can simply rest within the scale of it all. the immense ages, the silent journeys, the hidden worlds, and the endless galaxy through which they travel, allowing the thought of those solitary wanderers to drift gently onward through the cosmic night, becoming quieter and more distant with every passing moment, until they blend seamlessly into the deep, timeless stillness of the universe itself. Moving on to the Voyager's silent journey into the interstellar void, we follow a small and silent machine as it drifts beyond the familiar shores of the solar system, carrying humanity's message into a darkness so vast that even sunlight eventually becomes a distant memory. Let us begin far from Earth, far beyond the planets, far beyond the places where most human stories unfold. Around us stretches the outer frontier of the solar system, a realm where distances become difficult to describe and where time itself seems to move with a slower, deeper rhythm. Ahead, a faint point of reflected sunlight glimmers against the darkness. It is not a star, not a planet, not a moon. It is Voyager 1. The spacecraft appears almost impossibly small against the backdrop of space. Its main body is roughly the size of a compact automobile. A delicate antenna extends outward like a listening ear. Thin instruments reach into the vacuum, quietly measuring conditions that no human being will ever directly experience. And yet this tiny machine has traveled farther than any human-made object in history. As we approach, the scale of its journey begins to reveal itself. Earth is now unimaginably distant. If we turned around and looked back, our home world would be invisible to the naked eye. The continents, the oceans, the mountains, every city, every civilization, every person who has ever lived, all have vanished into a point too small to see. The realization feels both humbling and strangely comforting. The universe is vast enough to make every concern seem lighter. Voyager continues onward, patiently, steadily, without hurry, without hesitation. Its journey began in the summer of 1977. At that moment, disco played on radios. Personal computers were rare curiosities. The internet as we know it did not exist. Entire generations of people had not yet been born. Yet Voyager was already beginning its voyage. The spacecraft launched from Earth atop a column of fire and thunder. For a brief moment, gravity resisted. Earth held tightly to its creation. Then the engines prevailed. Voyager climbed upward through the atmosphere and entered space. Its great adventure had begun. Around us now, the silence of the vacuum seems complete. No sound accompanies the spacecraft. No engine hum. No rushing wind. Only the imagined rhythm of its mission persists. The machine itself moves through a darkness so profound that it almost feels tangible. Ahead lies more darkness. Behind lies more darkness. The stars remain fixed like distant lanterns suspended across eternity. And through this immense stillness, Voyager travels. At first, its mission is not intended to reach interstellar space. Its purpose is grand enough already. A rare alignment of the outer planets has occurred. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune have arranged themselves in a configuration that happens only once every 176 years. Gravity has quietly prepared a pathway, a celestial highway. A brief opportunity. Nature opens a door. Humanity notices. Voyager steps through. As we accompany the spacecraft backward through memory, Jupiter emerges ahead. The giant planet fills the darkness with swirling bands of cream, gold, and rust-colored clouds. Storms larger than Earth drift across its atmosphere. The great red spot turns slowly through centuries. Voyager approaches. The encounter changes everything. Before Voyager arrives, Jupiter is known primarily through telescopes. Scientists understand much, but vast mysteries remain hidden. Voyager reveals details never seen before. Volcanoes erupt on Io. Lightning flashes within Jovian clouds. Complex structures emerge within the giant planet's atmosphere. The solar system suddenly feels richer, more alive, more intricate. Voyager acts as humanity's wandering eyes, and gravity rewards its curiosity. As the spacecraft passes Jupiter, the giant planet reaches out with its immense gravitational field. Like a cosmic slingshot, Jupiter redirects Voyager's path. The spacecraft gains speed. No additional fuel is required. Gravity itself becomes an ally. The giant planet lends a little of its orbital energy to the traveler. The journey continues. Ahead waits Saturn. As we move through the darkness, years pass. Voyager never rests, never pauses. It crosses hundreds of millions of kilometers while Earth circles the sun again and again. Seasons change. Civilizations continue their ordinary routines. Meanwhile, this small machine advances steadily toward the ringed giant. Eventually, Saturn appears. Even from great distances, its rings seem unreal. Vast rivers of ice and stone circle the planet in luminous bands. The scene possesses an elegance unlike anything else in the solar system. Saturn rotates beneath its rings with patient grandeur. Voyager arrives. Once again, mysteries surrender themselves. New moons reveal hidden details. Atmospheric structures emerge. The rings display astonishing complexity. Countless icy particles move in graceful orbital choreography. Gravity conducts an ancient symphony. The spacecraft listens carefully. It records, measures, observes, and sends its discoveries home. Each signal travels at the speed of light. Yet even light begins requiring hours to bridge the growing distance between Voyager and Earth. The separation steadily expands, minute by minute, day by day, year by year. The spacecraft is becoming a true deep space traveler. After Saturn, a decision awaits. Voyager's twin, Voyager 2, continues onward toward Uranus and Neptune. But Voyager 1 takes a different path. A path aimed not toward another planet, but toward the edge of the solar system itself. A path leading into the unknown. The choice alters the course of history. From that moment forward, Voyager becomes something more than a planetary explorer. It becomes an interstellar pioneer. As we travel alongside it, the sun begins changing, not physically, but visually. Its dominance slowly fades. Near Earth, the sun commands the sky. It governs days, seasons, weather, and life itself. But distance transforms relationships. The farther Voyager travels, the smaller the sun appears, still brilliant, still powerful, yet increasingly distant, a king viewed from ever farther provinces. The solar system itself begins revealing a surprising truth. It is far larger than many imagine. The planets occupy only a tiny fraction of its full extent. Beyond Neptune stretches an immense realm of icy bodies. Frozen remnants from the solar system's formation drift through darkness. The Kuiper belt extends outward like a vast frontier. Comets slumber here for billions of years. Ancient material remains largely unchanged since the birth of the sun. Time feels preserved, like pages of a cosmic history book left undisturbed. Voyager moves beyond these regions. The spacecraft enters territories where sunlight grows weak and sparse. The solar wind continues flowing outward. This invisible stream of charged particles expands from the sun in every direction. For billions of kilometers, it dominates the surrounding space. The sun's influence reaches astonishing distances, like an empire extending far beyond its brightest cities. Yet even empires have boundaries, and Voyager is approaching one. Ahead lies a region known as the heliosphere. This vast bubble surrounds the solar system. Created by the outward flow of the solar wind, it forms a protective cocoon around the planets. Inside, the sun remains the dominant force, Outside, another realm awaits. Interstellar space, the space between stars, a place no human-made object has ever visited. As we continue forward, the environment subtly changes. The solar wind begins slowing. Invisible pressures build. Particles from distant stars push back against the sun's expanding influence. Two great oceans meet here, one flowing outward from our star, one flowing inward from the galaxy beyond. The boundary between them is not a wall, not a sharp line. It is a frontier, a vast transitional region shaped by competing cosmic forces. Voyager enters this realm. Its instruments continue working faithfully. Decade after decade, the spacecraft ages, engineers on Earth adapt, scientists listen. Signals arrive from farther away than any messages ever received before. The conversation grows quieter, fainter, more delicate. Yet it continues. And as we accompany Voyager deeper into this immense frontier, moving toward the very edge of the sun's domain, we begin to approach one of the most extraordinary moments in the history of exploration. The moment when a machine built by human hands will finally leave the solar system's protective bubble and enter the great interstellar ocean beyond. The frontier stretches around us now, subtle and nearly invisible. And as Voyager continues its outward journey, we find ourselves approaching a boundary that no explorer in human history has ever crossed before. The remarkable thing about this frontier is that it does not look like a frontier. There are no gates, no markers, no dramatic walls separating one realm from another. The universe rarely organizes itself into neat divisions. Instead, boundaries emerge gradually, like the fading shoreline between sea and sky, like twilight blending day into night. Voyager is entering such a place. Around us flows the solar wind, the continuous stream of charged particles released by the sun. For more than 4 billion years, this outward, flowing current has expanded into the surrounding galaxy, creating a vast protective bubble around the solar system. This bubble is enormous. Even light requires many hours to travel across the distances involved. The planets occupy only a small region near its center, far beyond Pluto, far beyond the Kuiper Belt, far beyond the familiar architecture of the solar system. The sun's invisible influence continues outward, but not forever. The galaxy has its own presence, its own pressure, its own winds. And here at the frontier, those larger forces begin making themselves known. As we drift beside Voyager, we enter a region called the Heliosheith. It is a place where the solar wind begins to slow. For billions of kilometers, the particles have raced outward from the sun. Now they encounter resistance. The surrounding galaxy gently pushes back, not violently, not suddenly, but persistently. The effect resembles a river approaching a vast ocean. The current changes, the flow becomes more complex, boundaries blur. The environment transforms. Voyager moves through this transition with extraordinary patience. The spacecraft does not hurry. It cannot. The distances are too immense, the scales too grand. Years pass, then more years. Meanwhile, on Earth, entire chapters of human history unfold. New technologies appear. Generations grow older. Children become parents. Parents become grandparents. The world changes continuously. Yet far beyond the planets, Voyager continues its quiet work. Its instruments remain attentive. Its antenna remains pointed toward home. Its mission endures. There is something deeply moving about that persistence. The spacecraft receives no repairs. No maintenance crews visit. No replacement parts arrive. And yet, decade after decade, it continues operating in one of the harshest environments imaginable. The machine seems almost alive in its determination. not because it possesses consciousness, but because it embodies a uniquely human quality: curiosity. Voyager exists because humanity wished to know what lies beyond the horizon, and now it carries that question farther than any previous explorer. As we continue through the heliosheath, the sun appears increasingly distant. If we turn and look back, its light is still visible, still bright, yet diminished. The great star that sustains every living thing on Earth has become one brilliant point among countless others. Perspective changes dramatically out here. The sun remains physically unchanged, but distance transforms our relationship with it. This is one of the recurring lessons of space. Scale alters understanding. Objects familiar from nearby reveal entirely different identities when viewed from afar. Earth becomes a pale point. The sun becomes a star. The solar system becomes a small neighborhood within a much larger galaxy. And Voyager becomes a messenger traveling between realms. Ahead lies the heliopause, the very edge of the heliosphere, the place where the solar wind finally yields dominance to the wider galaxy. For decades, scientists anticipated this crossing. Models predicted it. Calculations estimated it. Yet no one knew exactly when it would occur. Nature rarely follows human schedules perfectly. The frontier remained uncertain. And then, gradually, clues began appearing. Voyager's instruments detected changes. The density of particles shifted. Magnetic fields behaved differently. The environment began speaking a new language. The spacecraft listened carefully. The data flowed back toward Earth. Hour after hour, day after day, month after month, across billions of kilometers. Engineers and scientists interpreted the signals. Patterns emerged. Evidence accumulated. Something extraordinary was happening. The spacecraft was nearing interstellar space. Imagine standing beside Voyager during this period. The darkness around you feels infinite. Stars remain scattered across every direction. Nothing visually announces the crossing. Yet invisible conditions are changing profoundly. The sun's domain is ending. The galaxy's domain is beginning. The transition is quiet, almost poetic in its subtlety. Humanity's greatest exploratory milestone unfolds not with fireworks or celebration, but with delicate measurements of magnetic fields and charged particles. The universe often works this way. Its most profound events are frequently its quietest. Then, in August of 2012, the moment arrives. Voyager passes beyond the heliopause. The spacecraft enters interstellar space. For the first time in history, an object built by human hands moves beyond the protective bubble created by our star. The achievement is difficult to fully comprehend. Every explorer throughout human history has remained within Earth's environment. Every ship, every aircraft, every astronaut, even the Apollo missions remained deep inside the sun's territory. Voyager changes that. It becomes humanity's first ambassador to the space between the stars. Around us now lies the interstellar medium. The name sounds simple, but the reality is extraordinary. This region is not empty. Far from it. Hydrogen atoms drift through the darkness. Magnetic fields weave across enormous distances. Cosmic rays travel through the galaxy, carrying energy from distant stellar events. Matter exists here, just very, very sparsely. A perfect vacuum does not truly exist. Even between the stars, the universe remains populated by particles and fields. The galaxy fills its own emptiness. As we move through this realm, the silence feels even deeper. The sun's influence still reaches us as light, but its protective dominance has ended. We are swimming in the wider ocean of the Milky Way. The realization feels almost mythological. For centuries, humanity imagined oceans beyond maps, Unknown territories beyond horizons, Voyager has found one and crossed into it. Yet remarkably, the journey is only beginning. Interstellar space is unimaginably vast. Even traveling at roughly 17 kilometers per second, Voyager moves through it at a pace that feels almost stationary compared to cosmic distances. The nearest star system remains tens of thousands of years away. Think about that for a moment. The spacecraft that has already traveled farther than any human-made object will still require tens of millennia to approach another star. The scale is staggering. The darkness extends far beyond ordinary comprehension, and still Voyager continues. Its radio transmitter remains active. Signals continue flowing homeward. Each transmission takes more than 20 hours to reach Earth. A message sent now will not arrive until nearly a full day later. The conversation has become incredibly slow, yet it persists. Across the abyss, across billions upon billions of kilometers, humanity and its distant explorer remain connected. A fragile thread of information stretches across the solar system, one end anchored on Earth, the other drifting through interstellar space. As we travel alongside Voyager, another object catches our attention. Attached to the spacecraft is something unusual, something intended not for scientists but for eternity. The Golden Record. A phonograph record plated in gold, protected within a cover designed to survive the ages. Upon it are sounds and images from Earth, greetings in dozens of languages, music from multiple cultures, natural sounds from our planet, waves, birds, wind, human voices. The record feels less like a scientific instrument and more like a message in a bottle cast into a cosmic sea. It carries a simple idea. If someone somewhere ever finds this spacecraft, they will discover evidence that a small civilization once existed around a modest star in one spiral arm of the Milky Way. A civilization that was curious, a civilization that listened, a civilization that wondered what lay beyond its horizons. And as Voyager continues deeper into the interstellar darkness, carrying both scientific instruments and humanity's quiet greeting, we begin to appreciate that its journey is no longer merely about exploration. It has become a meditation on time itself, on the lifespan of civilizations, and on the astonishing distances across which the universe unfolds. The Golden Record turns silently through the darkness now, carried by a spacecraft that has traveled farther than any human creation before it. And as we accompany Voyager into the deep interstellar void, our journey begins to transform from one of distance into one of time. Around us stretches an ocean so vast that ordinary measurements start to lose meaning. Kilometers become inadequate. Even light years feel modest. The scales involved belong to another category of thought entirely. Voyager continues moving at tremendous speed by human standards. Yet against the backdrop of the galaxy, its progress feels gentle, almost still. The spacecraft crosses billions of kilometers. The galaxy barely notices. This contrast reveals one of the universe's most profound lessons. Human achievement can be extraordinary, and cosmic scale can be even greater. Both truths coexist. Neither diminishes the other. As we drift beside the spacecraft, we begin imagining the ages ahead. The year is no longer important. The decades pass, then centuries. Earth continues its orbit around the sun. Civilizations evolve, languages change, new discoveries emerge. History continues unfolding. Meanwhile, Voyager travels onward through the darkness. Its instruments eventually grow silent. One by one, systems power down. The radio transmitter fades. The long conversation with Earth comes to an end. Not because the spacecraft has failed, but because every stored reserve of energy is finite. The machine has completed its active service. Its voice becomes still, yet its journey continues. The silence deepens. No signals leave the spacecraft. No instructions arrive. Voyager becomes something new, a drifting artifact, a monument to curiosity, a relic of a civilization that once looked upward and asked questions. And gravity, as always, continues its patient work. The galaxy guides Voyager along its path, not with urgency, not with force, but with steady influence. The spacecraft follows an orbit around the center of the Milky Way, just as the Sun does, just as countless stars do. It becomes part of a larger rhythm, a participant in motions spanning hundreds of millions of years. If we move forward 10,000 years, Voyager remains intact. The stars around it have shifted. Constellations no longer resemble those familiar from Earth. The sky has rearranged itself, yet the spacecraft continues drifting. Its antenna still points into darkness. Its golden record remains attached. Its message remains preserved. 10,000 years feels immense to us. Yet for the galaxy, it is only a brief moment, a single heartbeat in a much longer story. Let us travel farther. 100,000 years pass. Entire chapters of Earth's future unfold beyond our sight. Mountain ranges slowly change. Coastlines migrate. The descendants of humanity, whatever form they may take, inhabit a world impossible for us to fully imagine. Meanwhile, Voyager continues its voyage. Patiently, faithfully. The spacecraft approaches distant stellar neighborhoods, not close enough to visit, not close enough to observe in detail, but close enough that the surrounding sky gradually changes. New stars brighten, others fade behind. The galaxy continuously rearranges its scenery. Nothing remains fixed forever. Even the stars themselves travel. The Milky Way is not a static structure. It is a vast dance. Every participant moves. Every participant contributes to the choreography. Voyager has joined that dance. As we move even farther into the future, another realization emerges. The spacecraft may outlive many things we consider permanent. Cities vanish. Nations transform. Languages evolve beyond recognition. Entire species come and go. Yet Voyager continues. The vacuum of space is remarkably gentle in certain ways. There is no weather here. No rain, no wind. No flowing water to erode surfaces. Time passes differently. A machine can endure astonishingly long periods. The golden record may survive for hundreds of millions of years. Its message may persist long after its creators have become distant history. There is something beautiful about that. Humanity often measures its accomplishments against individual lifetimes. Voyager encourages a different perspective. It invites us to think in geological time, galactic time, cosmic time. Its voyage extends far beyond the span of any single generation, far beyond the lifespan of nations, far beyond the duration of recorded history. The spacecraft becomes a bridge between brief human lives and the immense continuity of the universe. Ahead of us, the Milky Way stretches across the darkness. Hundreds of billions of stars glow softly within its spiral arms. Each possesses its own story. Many host planets. Some may host life. Others may carry civilizations gazing outward into the same darkness. The possibility feels quietly profound. Somewhere, perhaps, another intelligence studies its sky and wonders whether it is alone. Perhaps it launches its own explorers, its own voyagers, its own messages. The galaxy may be filled with questions traveling through the dark. Questions cast outward by curious minds, questions that may never receive answers, yet asked anyway, because curiosity itself possesses value. Voyager embodies that principle. The mission was never guaranteed success. The spacecraft was never guaranteed survival. Yet humanity launched it regardless, not because certainty existed, but because wonder existed, because exploration exists, because knowledge matters. The machine before us is built from metal, electronics, and mathematics. Yet it also carries something less tangible: hope. The hope that understanding is worthwhile. The hope that horizons are meant to be crossed. The hope that the unknown deserves attention. As we continue outward, the spacecraft gradually becomes smaller. The darkness grows larger around it. Stars fill the background. The Milky Way shines softly across the cosmic night. Voyager appears fragile. And yet, in another sense, it appears enduring. A tiny object crossing an immense universe. A small act of curiosity participating in a cosmic story billions of years old. The contrast feels deeply human. We are small, yet capable of remarkable things. We occupy a tiny planet. Yet we build machines that leave the solar system. We live brief lives. Yet we create works that may endure for ages. Voyager is one expression of that paradox. A tiny craft carrying vast meaning. Now the spacecraft recedes farther still. Its shape becomes difficult to distinguish. The antenna fades into the darkness. The golden record becomes invisible. Only the idea remains. A solitary traveler moving through the interstellar void. A messenger without expectation. A witness to cosmic time. Around it, the galaxy continues its ancient rhythms. Stars are born within glowing nurseries. Other stars fade and die. Planets form. Worlds wander. Nebulae drift. Spiral arms slowly turn around the galactic center. The great cycles continue, and Voyager continues with them, not as a ruler of the cosmos, not as a conqueror, but as a participant, a quiet observer crossing the spaces between the stars. And as we finally allow our gaze to drift away from that distant spacecraft, watching it become smaller and smaller within the vast ocean of the Milky Way, we can simply rest within the perspective it offers. The immense ages, the endless distances, the patient movements of galaxies, and the enduring human desire to explore, allowing those thoughts to grow softer and more distant, like the fading signal of a spacecraft traveling ever deeper into the interstellar night, until all that remains is the gentle silence of the cosmos, carrying Voyager onward through the edge of forever beneath an infinite canopy of stars. And that, my dear friends, is where we will end tonight's story. Good night.
you.